Tubi was much faster than I wasn't ready. We're live from Shapes of Hue, is named by Rosen. It's the 7th show of the Running Out of Space Tour, also named by Rosen. Hey to Bati Builder, to be Starnex here, Angry Chickens here, Pierre TV, Rosen, Only Big Child's here, Staffy, Boogie Skyborg, Megs is here, hey Megs, I'm Brumpo's here, Chuggy, Mr. Robert, Tubi in a tuxedo, Moody makes me lose control, and GD Bill. And Ammods, hey Ammods. Oh, thanks, Chuggy. 38 months sub. Thank you. So I'm preparing for my practice streams, and I was I recorded some to make sure everything's working, and I make scary faces. It's not good. See, there's two kinds of scary faces. There's scary faces that people make because they're so into the music, right? Then there's scary face because you're basically you're doing something that's difficult, and so you take all the tension, you put it in your face. That's not good, right? And that's what I'm doing. I mean I record myself, but I'd never looked at my face before. When I'm practicing, I'll see what my hands are doing. So I feel like I need to break that bad habit. Brumpus, you got to lean in the face. Well, I have no problem I make some stupid faces when I'm improvising, right? And I'm fine with that. But it's, in general, this is just for anyone learning an instrument. If you have tension anywhere in your body, that's not good. That's a sign that you're trying to compensate or something, you know? So clearly I reduced the face, right? And I couldn't play as fast. I lost 10 to 15 BPM, which tells me that I need to fix it. That's a bad sign. That means I'm doing something weird in my brain where I need my face for my fingers to work, right? That's not good. So I had to roll back my BPM on a lot of my exercises. Problems, let's be the judge of the badness. Well, I'm still gonna. I mean, you don't kill a habit overnight. So, I'm gonna reduce it by the time I start doing these practice streams, but it'll still be there sometimes. But I'm sure I'll always make faces when I'm just playing, right? But that's different than making faces when you're practicing. Hey, Pete. But I'm on track. I think unless I get cold feet, which I rarely do. we're gonna start those practice streams next week. Yeah. I think for most people, you might watch for 5 minutes and say, never again. Never, ever again. But a select few of you might find that there's something motivating or meditative about it. I hope. Because I work for long stretches, right, without breaks. And for people who are trying to work, it might be a nice motivating, I don't know. I have no idea. We'll see. Hey, Soda. Okay, let's do a new track. But yeah, these because I'm gonna stream the only channel that makes sense, I think, to stream this. And hey, TC, we were just whispering. Chat, y'all should follow TC. TC Pool's doing some cool multi-instrumentalist improv type stuff with cool visuals. Y'all gotta go follow TC. Megs says, I'll hang out. You'll be like the unofficial coworker that just ignores everyone. Yeah. You know, what's funny is that when I was thinking I'm going to take a break every hour and talk to chat. And then I was thinking like today, I was like, that's too frequent. that's gonna kill my mojo. So I decided I'm gonna do 90 minutes and take a break. And even that might be too frequent. Hey, John Hayes 1, thank you for the 26 months. Oh, welcome. we have in chat, we have Muty Makes Me Lose Control, the actual username. We also have Muty Makes Me Lose Control, the Meg says, you'll just need to give me a way to scream at you to hydrate every so often because we both know exactly what's going to happen when you get in the zone. Yeah, I'm not going to hydrate more than every 90 minutes. I have to be honest with you and myself. It's just not going to happen. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll see. But when I take my breaks, I'll try to drink a ton. Oh wait, this is actually Muty? This is a real Muty? I don't know what to believe. This is shattered. This is shaking my whole world. Muty makes me lose control rights. I forgot my phone in my elderly house. And Windows cleaned up my cache and cookies so I can't do the two-factor. Oh, okay, that makes sense. The only way I'm going to believe it's you, Muty, is with the puns. You're going to have to really show off the puns, and then I'll believe it. Oh, hey, Billy Burnsides, welcome. Yeah. Billy, well, no, I recommend running the drums command. Muty, just I'll take my time with puns. Okay. I'm starting to believe it's actually Muty. Yeah, if you wanna run the drums command for a chance to have your name turned into a drum beat on the next song, you can run this. You have time because we're gonna do a song. I already got requests for the first song, but we got thousands of sounds you can pick between. Or you can do it. You could just request a random sound and run the sound command. You know what I should do? Right now, because we do this with all these other things, right? With sound, it literally just does a random sound. But I should change it so it uses your username to pick a sound. But it still picks a different sound, but meaning at that precise moment, two different users would get it. Well, I don't have time to do that. That's such a subtle thing. Roses, can you give mods a way to make Tubi tell you to stretch and hydrate? Have a cool down for it? I mean, Tubi does talk to me during practice. Tubi shouts at me and tells me, stand up straight, stop chewing your tongue, stuff like that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I mean, it's going to be a work in progress. I did Tubi. Tubi now works. You can actually go hang out with Tubi right now, I think, on ETC Kid Learn stuff. Tubi's there. Let's see. I mean, basically, as far as Tubi's concerned, it's just one big channel. Right, so if you do something in radio or you do something in Tubi's channel, you do something over in Learn stuff, it all is the same place as far as, I mean, Tubi keeps track, right, but effectively it's the same place. Let's see, okay. that's what we should do. What am I looking for here? Oh, that's what we want. Ah, come on, delete. There we go. John says, what's the new channel called? I'm not sure I'm following there yet. It's called it's called ETC Kid Learn Stuff. There it is in chat. And what I'm gonna be doing there is practicing. And it's gonna be incredibly repetitive. Like, extremely repetitive. So I'm going to stream in the ASMR channel because that's the only place that I think that there's any chance anyone might actually want to watch multiple streams. but I have an effect. I've got all these effects on the guitar. I got binaural. I wrote code to do binaural panning. And I mean, it's not a lot. It goes pretty simple, but so the guitar sort of is gonna, it's sort of gonna sound like it's going around your head very, very slowly. And there's lots of reverb and delay. I can't hear it. Right, that would be terrible for practicing to hear all those effects. I just hear the dry guitar sound, you know, which is not a pleasant thing to listen to. But it's good when you're practicing. But theoretically, I think it might be interesting to people who, I'm not advanced at guitar at all, but I do have a crazy amount of practice experience in my life on various instruments. And I would say I'm on the fairly disciplined end of practicing, which I don't recommend many people do exactly what I do. It wouldn't make sense for almost anybody. But I do think that when people are having a hard time with certain skills, the only way to get there is through relentless repetition and patience. Let's see, which that's one of the things that I'm good at when it comes to practicing. I'm actually pretty patient, which I have to be because at my age, I calculated, I think that my rate of growth in terms of my fingers is literally about 3 to 10 times slower than it was when I was a teenager. Like, which sort of, is sort of depressing in some ways. I mean, very depressing, but I'm even more disciplined than I was when I was a teenager, so I got that going for me. But I've probably spent almost as many hours on guitar as I did on trombone by the time I graduated high school. And I was being recruited by conservatories on trombone. And I might never get to that level on guitar. It's unlikely. Even if I practice 4 times, 5 times what I did in trombone, it just takes a lot longer. But I'm determined. I'm not going to let biology get in the way of my dreams. Okay, let's see. First request to type. I am Brumpo's first chords. First chords for Brumpo on Pierre TV's 100th song. Oh, thanks, Rosen. Oh, and look at Muty's. We got a new sub from Muty Makes Me Lose Control. Thanks, you. Thanks, Muty. And Angry Chicken with the cheer. Thank you. Angry Chicken says new channel idea, just Tubi reading his random quotes out loud when they appear in ETC radio. Angry Chicken, what about having Tubi stream and it's just Tubi doing quote stories? That's it. Like forever. I bet that would get more viewers than anything I do. If Tubi was just streaming 24/7, doing just a monologue, a non-stop monologue, you know, I bet it would be so much better than improv. With random backgrounds, and that would be how the channel would make money. Is I mean, I've already designed that feature. It hasn't been used except for the first show, but should I do that? It's just Tubi going nonstop. Media says, wouldn't delay and reverb on Lurch channel be cheating? Wouldn't delays ruin the intricate timing for your audience with sound masking and spillage? Why can't we have your practice raw? So raw gives me so many. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's gonna really. I mean, I know Meaty's sort of joking, but I think it's gonna make. I think it's actually gonna make it much more listenable than it would be. Much more listenable. Maybe it's not listenable enough. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I think most likely after the first couple strains, we're going to average 0 viewers. but I don't know. I mean, crazy things happen, right? Who knows? Maybe there's an untapped market in the ASMR channel, category for people practicing extraordinarily repetitive things. I don't know. Thanks, Angry Chicken, for that cheer. And Bad Bags, thanks for 24 months. Yeah, I need to do the Tubi monologue. Oh. And Tubi could do poetry, because Tubi's got poetry, too. Tubi does poetry and... did I say it? Father Five's here. Hey, Father Five. Big Child says you can blow into a guitar as long as you want without producing a pleasing sound, as with trombone. No wonder I've been having. No wonder it hasn't been working out. My guitar practicing. I've been doing it all wrong. But that gives me an idea now, Big Child. I totally need to get a custom guitar that has a mouthpiece, and a tube, and I can just sort of, Oh, that'd be awesome. That is one custom guitar I would spend money on. It's a secret, I don't know, it'd be a secret, it could be a secret vuvuzela. A vuvuzela embedded into the guitar. That would be worthwhile. I should invest in that. Oh, and we got also, did I say hi? Is there anyone I didn't say hi to? User McName's here. Watch is here. Laura Vitae. Oh, Biero is here. I think I said hi to everybody. Let's see. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about Tubi. There's so much possibilities now. Now that Tubi is virtual. Oh, because it could be. That's how it makes money. Is Tubi? I hate that I have to think practically, but I can't afford not to at this point, especially how this month is going. But Tubi went because with Alpha, yeah. That should be it. Does that count as a new feature? If it's not if it's for a different channel, I don't know. I don't know if it counts. Oh man. Meg says, can we even unlock for app where Tubi just responds to my coworkers for me? I hit 5 years there. On the second 5 years, congrats. That's all. Congrats. Meg says, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't get me fired. Yeah, man, when somebody has been working that long, it is devastating to a company to lose them. Oh. I have a relative that's a programmer, and they work for a company that there's only 3 programmers in the company, and it just is terrifying. The thought of if I was running a company and I had that few programmers, losing one of them, it'd just be devastating. I mean, the advantage of a bigger company with a lot of programmers is they generally do less work, I think. There's more redundancy, there's more overlap, more people are sort of aware of what's going on. Not always. But in a company with only 3 programmers, as often everybody is doing their own thing and is almost totally independent. And you lose one person and you might as well lose the whole company. I know it's not quite like that, but okay, let's see. Well, I see the second Rosen says the game is Monster Hunter. Oh, it's video. Wait. Oh, I read these out of order. A Monster Hunter hunting horn. I see. Pieces. I customize most of my guitars. Plan to change my new one as well to split the pickup to get some proper bass sounds and normal sound at the same time. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Pete. I'm gonna do that eventually. I had looked at a pedal or I might do it software, whichever one gives me the best results. Because what I would really like to be able to do is, well, we won't get into that. Rose says, a video game, there's a weapon that is musical, and I'm not kidding when I say this. There's one that is made as a guitar, but is played like a wind instrument. Oh, wow. Meg says, I love my job, but I do like 90% of the work in my department, so I'm pretty sure sort of committing actual murder, I'm good. Not that I plan to test that, but you know. Yeah. 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 I once asked for 100% raise, and I got it. But I was the only person who was doing what I was doing. I mean, I was a freelancer. I wasn't. So I basically, it wasn't really asking. I said, I'm raising my rates by 100%. And, I mean, in fairness, I was being very underpaid, and the doubling of my rates was starting to push me into more reasonable territory, but still, that's, took some, what's the word, chutzpah? To ask. Yeah, I'm going to double my rates now. It's up to you if you want to keep working with me, but this was a long time ago. This was in my 20s, which was just a few weeks ago. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Pieces just using an Octave for that with an impulse response loader. Yeah, I was looking at there's I forget the pedal, but I'm gonna wait till I have a little more comfort on the guitar to get anything like that. But eventually I'm sure I'll get that. Show drum kit. Our drum kit is the yeah, that's what I was looking at, Pete. Yeah, exactly. That's I couldn't remember the name. Okay. Oh, don't we forget we got to do our chords. But since the drums are here, we'll do drums first. He says, I once worked for a millionaire, and he asked me, do you feel you should be earning, which I felt was such a trap. I jokingly raised and threw a number out there thinking it was a joke. It was not. And the taxes had to buy another. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, wait, this is, yeah, these have to be moved up. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we got to do that Tubi channel. It could just stream at night. It could stream at night while I'm sleeping. So I don't. It doesn't. Oh no, but that computer often. I'm dealing with. It's a computer processing issue. I just don't have enough. Well. But yeah, Tubi could stream 24/7. Theoretically. And Tubi could respond to people in chat with all the capabilities are there. I definitely would need moderators. Or because the risk is people, if Tubi's responding to people's names and people do inappropriate names, people's names would have to be it's still risky. Anyway. Okay, there's our first beat. And then Rosen. Oh, and these have to be moved up. Stabs maybe have Tubi only read say my names. Max, I wonder how long it would take Tubi to get to the Iliad. One of the things I want to do, Max, I've been meaning to do for a long time is to connect Tubi to Google Natural Language. So what Google Natural Language does is it can take a sentence, it can figure out which words are adjectives, which words are nouns, which words are verbs, right? So we could take the entire text of the Iliad. Google Natural Language could figure out what are nouns, right? And then we could use bot talk to replace stuff. We could and it could all be coded, so I wouldn't have to be involved at all. It would figure out what our names, right? So it would figure out, oh, this is the Iliad, or what's a character in the Iliad? Is Ulysses in the Iliad? I forget. It's been so long. Anyway, so say there's a character, say Zeus or something's in it, and Tubi would just find every occurrence of Zeus and replace it with a different name in our system. I think that could be pretty entertaining. There's just so many things I want to do and not enough time. I should test the Tubi thing and see if there's any potential, because that's the thing, is that Tubi can stream 24/7. Maybe they can solve all my problems in life. Well, the biggest problem. I should experiment. I should try it. Okay. Okay, let's do our chords. I really should add. It's funny, I'm animated now, but I was a zombie most of today. It's funny how if y'all saw me in my everyday life, you'd think I was a different person sometimes. Okay, let's see. How do I do it? I don't remember how to do it. Chord? Oh, I forgot. I need to create a way to find these. Okay, I Am Brumpo. We're gonna make some chord changes out of I Am Brumpo's name. We're in D flat. Okay. He says, it'd be fun for the practice channel. Hourly Tubi news, but it's bot talk and it's the most bizarre stuff because it's bot talk. That would make for return customers. It's so punctual. And if you do a half hour, people will just hang out to hear two while I massacre scales. That's what I was doing just before the show. Scales. I love playing scales, actually. If I could learn guitar just by practicing scales, I would. Scales and arpeggios, that's all I would do the rest of my life, and I'd be pretty happy. I'm not kidding. Okay, here's let's see, what do we have? Ooh, look at that, we got some Phrygian flavor. I like that. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Let me write it down. I haven't decided how I want Tuba to help keep track of these. I spent some time, I fixed a few things related to chords yesterday, but I couldn't decide. I decided I wanted to wait a little longer to figure out how I do this. Need to think it through, because I just don't have a lot of screen real estate. So I'm trying to figure out where to put the information. Okay, sounds. Yeah, I like that progression. Okay. Pieces, there's quite some jazz players who basically can only play just that. Let's see. And the thing is, if you can do that though, you can pretty much do anything. If scales, I mean, all music is scales and arpeggios and chords. That's all music is. It's a combination of those three elements. Let's see, 80s FM bass from a theoretical point of view. And then we've got excellent quote factory. Pieces some were really bad at rhythm playing. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. Yeah. That's my weakness as well, Pete. Sunrise on Titan. And then AB from Doug. The problem is that I love rhythm, and in many ways, one of the things that I appreciate most in music is rhythm. So it's quite torturous to have that be the weakest aspect of my musicianship is my rhythm. And then we got Chrome Crush in it. Well, specifically the precision of my rhythm. I am not precise. I am not very consistent. The Rosenberg Trio, I've heard of them, yeah. It's Kirk or something, right? Kirk, is that right? He says, how will you practice rhythm and guitar? So what I mean is that, like, my ability to even play quarter notes steady and consistently is not great. So I don't even mean complexity of rhythm. I mean just simply keeping time is I'm not good at. And yeah, I think it's partly because I'm just so into the expressive side of things that I just lose track, of the time. But I have a good understanding of rhythmic complexity, but I'm just not good at maintaining the precision of my rhythms. And it's the kind of thing, it's a lot more noticeable in looping, than it is when you're playing with other musicians. Because when you're playing with, in the non-looping situation, time is much more fluid. Time is not very fluid with loops, right? So it's, yeah. Oh, hey to Joe the Frame Thief. Oh no, Pete says it's Gypsy Jazz. Oh, I guess, yeah, I guess I haven't heard. Let's end this poll. Well, Muty, if you have that, if you have a good sense of meter and the complicated rhythms is just a matter of memorization ultimately. There aren't that many options, but it's just getting used to them. I mean, I think we did on stream once. I went through every rhythmic option, and they're not a lot. Their rhythm seems very complicated at first, but in terms of reading it, it's just not. And even playing it, it's not. Learning that you have to learn a lot more for, say, scales. If you're going to understand scales, there's a lot more your brain has to wrap to get than rhythms. Because rhythms, I think I did it on screen. I think there was 10 or 15 for most kinds of music, unless you're doing crazy complicated stuff. But even funk, which is one of the most rhythmically complicated music that's not classical or jazz, there's just not that many rhythms. Okay, here we go. Transcendence. Whoops. I want to beat the hour. It's going to be close. But I'm going to do it. Okay, here we go. Hey, Chills. Here we go. It is time. Time to accelerate. Going absolutely nowhere. Thanks for those kelps. Oh, we must have, were there, how do we do these titles? Some titles. GD Bill Cronus's Conundrum. Meg's here amongst the clouds. Pierre TV slowing down. Soda Future Surge. I want to use the title from Staffy, Now We Build It Up, as a lyric inspiration. And yes, there were donations. Thank you so much, Soda. Thank you, Soda. Soda with the donation. Thank you. Thanks, Soda. And Doug, Tubi to Duxedo, with a big donation, says, guess I'm out of commissions. Hashtag commission. Thanks so much, Doug. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Soda. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, we'll do we got a Doug commission, although we got a Skybrook commission after that. Oh, thanks, EssieCharm. Thank you. So everything I do is improv, just making it up, using all these requests the chat gives me for musical building blocks. Chat picks the sounds. The drum beats are generating people's names. And just recently I've started doing chord changes generated people's names. Let's get these titles up on the board. Let's see, titles. There they are. Okay. Oh, Doug gave a friend to a chugger Road Dog Candies, an infectiously enthusiastic blob monster who bought a pizza just to feed it to their pet pigeon. What was on this? The electric time piano. Melodica and voice, right? Oh, flute. Thanks. Yeah, I forgot that. I can't imagine what my memory's gonna be like and oh, and 8 Q square. Let me shout out some other titles. Muting makes me lose control with Lucy in the skyscraper with diamonds. John Haynes 1, Typhoon. I am Brumpo, Kid E. Chills rhythms knocking at my door. Who's that knocking? Knocking at my door. Bad Back says Master and Arpeggios. Q Square with Closing Chasm. Pete Mouse, Rhythm is a dancer. A Big Child with Too Fabulous to be Practical. Does anyone know what happens if you have two-factor authentication using something like Authy or Google Authenticator, and you lose your phone and you're not able to get your number for some reason? Are you out of luck? Is that it? You're done? Because it's tied to your phone number, right? Pierre says contact support. Oh, Chills, you're going through that right now? Ugh. Key Square says you're screwed. Because it would seem that if you could just call support, it sort of defeats the whole purpose, right? I mean, because then someone could just pretend to be you and say they've lost. John says ideally you have two different two-factor. That's what I'm doing. But if your house, if your house burns down, Mr. Roberts' backup. Yeah, I do. I have all the backup codes. But it's like I have a safe deposit box. I remember when I dealt with all this headache a little while ago, I put my backup codes in my safe deposit. I forgot about that. Now, hopefully nobody breaks into my safe deposit box. I got to make a trip to the safe deposit box soon. I got to put more hard drives in there. I'll be shouted if... Oh, I already did those. I already did a bunch of titles. Pierre says if you can't even access the number, you're basically in trouble. Yeah. Make sure I was in your back for your backups. It's a scary thing, my whole Discord experience has opened my eyes, to how much in this modern age, how dependent we are on the good graces of these companies with which we have our accounts. It's pretty sad. When the early days of the internet, it was pretty decentralized. Everyone had their weird little web pages on just these little tiny ISPs, and now most people spend most of their time on 5 different sites or something, 4 or 5 sites. I don't know if we can escape that. I don't know if that's just reality. I learned recently that AWS sells, essentially, you can create your own Twitch using AWS or something. So you could have your own streaming service. You're dependent on AWS, but if you're doing it with your own domain name, Muty says internet is dead. Nobody got a memo. Big Corp killed the internet and replaced with another Paul like the Beatles. Pete says for most banks you can just go in person with your ID. So assume if you really make a case with a lawyer, companies should be able to do the same thing. But obviously don't want to do that for all those people forgetting passwords all the time. Well, in some cases they literally can't, right? I mean, they've coded it for security reasons such that they don't even know, right? Is that, or do all of these companies have backdoors? Like on Twitch, if you lose your two-factor and you can't do two-factor anymore, but you have two-factor on your Twitch account, can they reset it? I would think Twitch is not a high security thing, so I'd assume they'd be able to reset it, but they can, Pierre? Well, that's comforting, at least from my point of view. Not just lose. I mean, I don't know. With Tubi, I don't know if... I think Tubi's encrypted. I think if I were to get knocked on the head and forget the password to Tubi, I don't know if... I actually don't know if there will be any recourse in that case. Because I think Tubi's... We're going to do Doug's commission. Big shouts, they can reset it, but how can they make sure it's the real you? Let's break this tie. I think it's just so easy to social engineer, you know, to convince people. And I think most of us want to think that we're not engineerable, right? But you catch us at the wrong time. I had a relative get an email that was, as soon as I saw it, it was like, this is a scam. It's so obviously a scam. But because it was not a general thing, it was so specific, it was connected to something that my relative does professionally. So it just seemed legit. You know, it didn't seem just like this random scam that gets sent out to everybody, right? It was totally targeted. And she took it seriously. You know, fortunately, I saw it before she did anything, you know. But because she asked about it, because I think she felt a little bit like, wow, this almost seems too good to be true. Yeah, because it's not true. It's not true. Future Surge. Soda's named it. Thanks, Soda. Media says you could use Tubi password as a bot random, nobody would notice. Yeah. I use password managers now, so I don't know any of my passwords, you know. They're all, 16 or 20 characters long. Just random letters and numbers and symbols. Thanks, Soda. Rose, I hate that even happens. So yeah. I mean, the scams are outrageous, of course, but these scams, for the most part, are the equivalent in terms of society's impact to, petty theft. The real damage is being made by, well, we don't need to get into that. Let's see. Not to minimize scams, because they've had devastating impacts on people, but let's see. let's see. He says, I just visit the last website, so I don't need a password manager. Yeah, that's smart. That's Oh, we got some new sounds. I'll do those in a moment. Let's see. I just saw Doug's request. Doug is only requesting electric time piano. Okay, let's see. Melody. What is it, A flat? So there's our melody. And then let's do our beats. Doug, so you changed the instrument name. It used to be electric time piano, and it's still, nothing has changed. Classic dub kit. Pierre says, how fast the next commission is extremely slow. Oh, you're getting back into music? SETLIST, that's awesome to hear. It always makes me happy hearing that. That's great. I left music entirely for almost a decade. Barely played a note in 10 years. And I came back to it. Let's generate our beats. First up, First up we have whatever this is. You're coming back too, Pete? Oh, that's good to hear. You know, the beautiful thing about art and music, anything expressive, is that, like I always say, I mean, our ability, our expression is what's most important. Not our technical skill, not our theoretical knowledge, right? It's what we have to say with it. And so whatever our skills are, we can say something that's meaningful if we focus on that. Most things are not like that, right? I mean, if you were a lacrosse player in high school and you were, you know, and then you played lacrosse in college and you stopped for 20 years and you come back to it, your lacrosse skills are going to be significantly less, right? But in music and art, your expressive skills, you might be more ready to express at that point in your life than you were at 18 or whatever, right? You might be more ready. I think the best example of why technical skill and theory don't mean very much is that if they did, right? If they did mean a lot, every single artist's best album would be their last album. Because almost everybody becomes technically more proficient over time and they learn more, right? But that's rarely the case that people's favorite album of an artist, and the artists themselves, is rarely their last album, right? And that's because expression is king. Expression is king. Not technical skill, not gear, not theoretical knowledge. Those things have a purpose. Let's see. Okay, there's our first beat. I'm not actually going to be stubborn about not saying these, but it's at this point it's a meme. So I feel like I got to honor the meme and be stubborn. I don't have a problem actually saying electric time piano. Pieces. Some people only have to play 2 chords and everyone will get emotional. Absolutely. I think technical skill only really matters if what you want to say requires that technical skill, right? But, if you love folk music, say, and that's what you want to do, it doesn't make any sense to spend thousands and thousands of hours practicing your instrument. In terms of being you're going to get much more by going and living life, and having experiences and generating things to do with your music than to just learn your instrument, But if what you want to express is in jazz, be ready to spend thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, But it's technique is always a servant to the expression, what we want to express. And if you're in a situation where you think, I only want to do this one thing, but I'm never going to have the time to build the skills so I can do that thing, I think that's when it's important to say, is that really the only thing I could do? Couldn't I take what the skills I already have and devote them to something else that I can actually, that's realistic in my life, and get all that, the joy of expression, and not worry about, Okay, got our beats. No, I agree. I agree, Pete. There's always exceptions, but as a whole, there's different requirements for different kinds of music. There's different barriers of entry. So I was definitely not thinking about those genres of folk. I was thinking more singer-songwriter. But yes, if you want to be a flamenco guitar player, then that's not something you sort of sleepwalk into. That's going to take a big investment of time. Or bluegrass as well. Let's see sounds. That is not an electric time piano, but it's named electric time piano. Electric snowed under. Or no, I guess, excuse me, Tine piano snowed under. Watery time piano. And then bright. What is that? MK2, what's that? And then we have classic electric piano. And then clean tines are mine. You know, it's funny, Essie, I'm going to start doing practice streams myself. I have no idea if anyone's going to want to watch it either. But it's worth trying, right? It's always worth trying. Because you never know why people are going to watch, Essie. My hope is that people are going to, if anyone is going to want to watch it, is that they're looking for something sort of in the background that's calm and good for the brain while you do other work. But I don't know. Most likely I'll have 0 viewers, but we'll see. But yeah, I think especially because it's a different sort of instrument, I'm sure people will be intrigued, you know. Let's see. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Pete says, I'm getting more convinced that most people watch for the social vibe or feeling. Yeah, I think that's true. I think very few, you know, I think, you know, a famous band, like any famous band could start streaming on Twitch. And if all they did was music, right, if they never talked, they'd have a ton of viewers at first, but then they would quickly diminish in terms of viewership, and they'd have not a lot of, most of the people watching would only watch one show a week or a month. I don't think streaming really works for the most part unless there's some sort of engagement. I know there's exceptions. I know there are some exceptions, but for the most part, I don't think it works. Let's see. Then there's me, who talks way too much, which is also a problem. Okay, let's see. And it's not, and also it's the chat, right? It's not just about the streamer. It's the whole, like like Pete's saying, the whole social component. This feeling of, you know, the connection. It's different than seeing a concert. It's different. It's a different thing. Oh, let me demo these sounds quick. This is also about the instruments changing one small thing could be disastrous. I know I've alienated our whole community with this change. It's like, what can you count on if one day he calls it an electric time piano and then the next day he changes it to electric time piano? Okay, let's see. Let's play these sounds. Here's this is a sound Tubi the Tuxedo gave to me. Muty makes me lose control. GCM. Pierre says, "Will Saturday?" Yes, Saturday will be another remake stream. Yeah. Pieces. I also find it almost miracle how positive communities and vibes are with Twitch streams. It's almost all great. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Rosen. Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time watching other outside of the music community, on Twitch, but when I have, it's definitely, it seems like there's a lot more toxicity. I mean, it's not even the streamer, it's not that the streamer or their community, it's just more likely that people come in and are just trying to drag everyone down, and that happens here. We have our guests that show up in chat sometimes that have taken precious time out of their day because they think it's very important that I know me, that I'm a terrible human being, that I'm ugly, and that I am making the worst music they've ever heard. Okay, and then we got Staffy with FRM. Hey, Muffin. Oh, this is cool. And then Tubi gave to Tubi in a Tuxedo. You're messing me up with this saying my name, Doug. I'm getting so confused. Tubi in a Tuxedo gave to Skyborg LWM. LWM. Yeah, Rosen, in terms of the schedule, I mean, it's a little up in the air. It's definitely not going to be as formal as this show, which is it starts at a certain time. But what I'm going to try, I mean, this is spreading myself very thin, but I think it'd be good for my brain, at least for a short period, is 7 days a week. And at the same time as this show, on Sunday, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and then on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays in the mornings. But that's definitely not long term, right? I mean, that once I'm in the van, once I'm doing Tommy Nomadic, there's no way I can spend 40 hours a week practicing guitar. To me, no way. Boogie Skyberg named a sound. This sound wishes it were an electric time piano, but probably sounds more like an electric time piano. I don't get why y'all keep repeating these words. Let's see. And me makes me lose control. Name sound got chunky milk. Hey, Koniwa. I think that's one of the grossest things ever written in chat, Muty. I think because I've had the misfortune of drinking that one time in my life, and I'll never recover from that traumatic experience. Let's see. Oh, and Crackers, how are you? And you wrote improv is therapy. Absolutely. Absolutely. And here's why I think it's therapy. No, I think here's why I'm an evangelist for improv. I think so many of our problems in life, right? Certainly my problems in life, I should just speak for myself, are when I'm not in the moment, when I'm living in my head, I'm worried about everything but being alive in the moment, right? And improv requires you to just let go and accept and make the best of whatever the circumstances are, right? And that's a really valuable skill to have, especially when going through a tough time, or dealing with tough things. To be able to have, even if it's just for a moment, it makes a difference. Okay, we're going to do Doug's commission. Wait, did I do the... Oh yeah, we're almost ready. I just need to do this. Pete says rancid milk is the worst ever. It's funny, you know, rancid is a much worse word than chunky in terms of food, right? I mean, rancid is never good. But I would rather drink rancid milk than chunky milk, even if they're the exact same thing. If I had two options, one said rancid, I would go for the rancid. I don't know what it is. I just the... Okay. As he says, the idea of streaming live creative improv scares the crap out of me, but I can see how it actually helped fight anxiety around perfectionism. So I'm a perfectionist. I'm worse. I'm an idealist, a perfectionist idealist. That's even worse. That's about the worst possible thing you can be, because there's a moral component, right? Right? Just perfectionism. It's not a moral thing usually. It's just... So I've got a serious case of that, you know. So, yeah, improv is incredibly liberating. Incredibly liberating. Okay, here we go. And I think it's because it just cannot be perfect, right? It's perfect in its imperfection is another way to say it. Because improv is just about what happened now. Whatever it is what... That's how I look at it. You know, certainly I don't like most of what I do, but in the moment, it's what I did. I know that sounds sort of reductive almost, right? Circular logic. But I really think that that's what makes improv meaningful. It is a reflection of a specific moment in time. So I'm a believer that we don't get better at improv, because improv is just about expressing. We don't get better in a skill kind of way, right? We might improvise things that more people relate to, but I don't think that means we're getting better. That just means, right? Because that pure expression, whether I was 12 years old or with almost no skills, or now when I have a lot more skills, if I was expressing something sincerely at 12, when I was just messing around on a piano or with my trombone or something, just because more people find it accessible now doesn't mean it's better. It's more accessible maybe, doesn't mean it's better. The measure of improv, to me, is it authentic? Is it an expression of what you feel at that moment. And if it is, that's all you can ask for. Even if no one else likes it, even if you don't like it yourself, it's just that is how I judge improv. Is it an authentic expression of that moment? Here we go. Time to etceterate. Thanks. Thanks for those calps. Thanks, Doug, for the commission. Doug, your first beat, I used it on the third section that I did the really long. It was the beat worked so well with the double time groove for that third section. I think it was the electric of the beats, the electric time piano, the first one. First up, we got John Haynes won Metal Plate Music. And we got from EssieCharm Perfect Imperfection. And then Big Child, Rain in the Matrix. One more. Doug says, I gotta say, I was not expecting that to turn out as well as it did. Amazing, you win again. I'm still calling it the electric time piano, though. That's fair enough. Thanks, Doug. Thank you. Hug Queen with Time Warp. Yeah. Dogs, is this what it feels like to be misquoted? Yeah. Yep. Q Square, you're looking at your budget. Yeah. There's often surprises. Wait, what? I spent that much on that? How'd that happen? Oh, we're gonna do Skyberg's commission. Skyberg is Skyberg in chat still? Can I get a shout out from Skyberg if you're here? Let's see, I'll give 10 more seconds. If Skyberg's not in chat, we'll do a normal song. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, we're gonna do a normal song. Okay, let's get these titles on screen. I'd love to hear Pops and Mavis Staples singing over this. I love the Staple singers. Pops is the patriarch of the family, and then I think several of his daughters are in the band, including Mavis Staples. And Mavis is one of my favorite voices. But what I love the most is the contrast between Pops and Mavis. Pops sings just really laid back, just, it's so chill. Whereas Mavis has more of a Tina Turner style aggression, She just bites those words. Just there's this, her articulation is dominating. I really love when bands have singers that are very different from each other, extremely different. The Staple singers, Pete, they were in the 60s and 70s. Well, they're definitely in the 70s. I think they started in the 60s, but the stuff I know is mostly in the 70s. Staple singers. And they appeared on a version of has anyone in chat seen what was that movie? It's the band's The Last Waltz, I think is what it's called. And the Staple singer, I can't remember if it made it into the movie or it got cut, but there's a track, there's a version of the band playing their famous song The Weight, I think, with the Staple singers. Yeah, Brumple, yeah, Scorsese, yeah. And I can't remember if that clip made it in, but it's pretty cool. Mavis and I think both Mavis and Pops were there. Oh, thanks, Q-Score. Thanks for the donation. One of the really cool things you could do with guitar that doesn't sound quite as cool on keyboard. It's harder to do on keyboard. That you can't really do it on keyboard in the same way, but is the way on guitar you can just slide back and forth between chords, and you get dissonance, right? If you go to a chord that's maybe it's a major second up or a major second below, so you don't want to stay on it for too long. Or maybe it's a minor second or a major second above, or a minor second above, and you just sort of slide. And it's an awesome sound. That because you got that tension of the chord that isn't quite, or is definitely not the chord you're currently the band's playing, but it creates this beautiful tension. There's a Whittlefeet lyric. It's called Old Folk Boogie, I think. And there's a lyric that's not about what I'm thinking about. It's a euphemism, but what's the lyric? Old Folks Boogie lyrics. Let's see. When your mind makes a promise that your body can't fill. Every time I try to play fast on the guitar, I think of that. It's like, yeah. So what I'm doing right here is what I'm talking about. I'm going between an F minor chord and a G minor chord, G minor seventh, F minor seventh, G minor seventh, which both actually fit. All those notes fit into the scale because I'm an F Dorian, F minor. So you have the G minor works with that, right? When your mind makes a promise that your body can't fill. Well, it starts out, you know you're over the hill when your mind makes a promise that your body can't fill. Is anyone in chat listening to Little Feet? They're awesome. Little Feet. Oh, and Megs, thanks for gifting a sub to SETLIST. Thank you. Pieces, hammer-ons, and pull-offs can't be done piano. Oh, there's a ton of things that piano can't do that guitar can. That's why I'm learning guitar. Absolutely. That's what I love about guitar versus piano, you know, is guitar has just so many different ways to articulate the notes. So many different ways to affect the note once you've started playing it. On piano, you can't change the note once you, well, you can on a synthesizer, but on a piano you can't. A piano is a percussion instrument, right? A percussion is something you hit, and then that's the sound. You can't do anything with it at that point. All you can do with piano is stop it once you've struck it. But what do I love about piano? Piano is a symphony at your fingertips. Guitar just isn't in the same way. Just because of the technical challenges of guitar. I know there's classical guitar players that do incredible things, but it's still, to me, I don't think it's a symphony at your fingertips in the same way. Guitar does other things that piano can't. But yeah. But I love this being able to slide between the, you know, you can't really, I mean, you can, it's just not the same. I mean, it can be cool, but, okay, let's see. Enough of that. Let's see. Rosen, Little Feat is spelled F-E-A-T. F-E-A-T, yeah. The album that I was introduced to for Little Feat is an album called Waiting for Columbus. I think that's the name of it. I think it's a live album, and they had Tower of Power's horn section, which is so a great horn section. Oh, and Mirror Vision, thank you. Thanks for the 13-month sub. Billy Burnside's, I've never used a theremin, no. They're really cool. I don't know that I'll ever have the time to learn it, because it's not an easy instrument. It's not something you can just instantly pick up. But it's a really cool instrument. I want to hit a Hug Queen. So Homage is here. VicitUnus. Oh, I missed Crook Brooks. Requested Robert Miles. And Hunter Souls. Q Square says I still kind of want to get a Stylophone, just haven't dropped the money on it yet. Yeah, I like it a lot. A lot of sort of, I actually don't like a lot of sort of what seem like gimmicky meme instruments. I actually am not that into them. But the Stylophone, it really does its own thing. And it can sound really awesome in the right context. Just the being able to slide, right? Which you can't normally do on a keyboard. So this, if anyone, I don't know if I ever explained this, but the Stylophone is laid out like a piano. You probably can't see, but there's the outlines of the white notes and the black notes. So if you know piano, it's actually an easy transition to play Stylophone. If you don't know piano but you understand intervals, it's actually not that hard either, because you can go by intervals. Hey, Brucos. Yeah, I got it as I was given it as a gift, but I think it's under, I don't know, it's probably, well, someone in chat can say, I think it's between 50 and $100, right? Something like that. You could probably, and you probably could get one used. I will say that I think that it doesn't work quite as well as when I first got it, but it could be just, it's probably my problem and not a problem with the Stylophone. I think we talked about it. I need to clean off the keys. That's what I need to do. No, it's actually, well, no, it's working pretty well right now. There's a period it didn't, so I must have cleaned it. Yeah, I cleaned the keys. I remember. I cleaned the keys. Let me shout out a few more titles. Somaj. Where all the electric time pianos meet. Boogie Skyward walking through sun chimes. Rosen was Tine to sleep. Chuggy ancestral rhyme. To be in a tuxedo, time be that way. Rear vision mojo rising. I know that, I'm sorry, my mind jumps subjects, but I do worry that if Tubi streamed, I feel like we would get a lot of toxic Twitch dropping by. That's the... Tubi has more patience probably than I do, since Tubi's pretty toxic. Tubi, where are you? Where's your Tubi, could you match the toxicity of the rest of Twitch?
I'm not a blanket, you know.
I'm not sure what that means. Is that a yes or a no or a maybe?
You bet.
You bet. You've got your own special brand of toxicity, don't you?
Naturally.
Naturally. Okay. Let's end this poll. What I really need to do is get another robot so that they can talk to each other. I think that'd be a lot better than to be monologuing, if they're actually having conversations with each other. And it's SETLIST named it. Awesome, thanks. Wait, why is it not? Didn't I end up? Oh, I see, because Doug voted. That's why. Why? Oh, there it goes. Took forever. Thanks, Essie. Essie's named it Perfect Imperfection. That's a first title for Essie. Rose's transfer auto from automaton to a new bot body. Yeah, I mean, auto would be the best option, but it would require me being able to somehow. I'd have to, it would, coding wise, I don't know, it'd be a big project to figure out how would I get. I mean, I know it's possible. It would not be something I could do in 5 minutes. It'd be a big project to get the mouth to actually move. It'd be easy. Well, no, actually, could I have two bots? It'd be hard to have two that have their voices move. So it'd be nice to have one that. Yeah, it's complicated. First request ever, we got Billy Burnside's SETLIST. Muty makes me lose control. Muty, does it feel like the first time? Your first request. Pete's first chords. And Bad Backs is 150th song. Mr. Roberts' 700th sound. And Two Enid Exito's 7200th request. Oh, you know what I forgot to do is chat's reward. If you want some food, run the reward command. Pete, you vote for for this. So it'd be the same thing as it'd be nice if the key sort of moved up for it to talk, you know? What kind of personality would it have? Sweet? With a little bit of a bark every once in a while? The way they describe the sound of a Rhodes, the lower, you know how they'll say a Rhodes barks. Yeah, I know I'm saying the word, but you know, like down here. Oh, that note's messed up. You heard that? Oh, that poor note. Sort of cool though. That's what I love about these kind of keyboards. These electric time pianos. Let's see. He says grumpy and old-fashioned. I imagine the black is like big old bushy mustache. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know what I could do is I could animate. I could have the. Whoops. How do I get back to transparent? I really need a button just to switch this. It could be, you know what would be relatively easy to do would be to have something where it sort of, the eyes move, you know? Or sort of to request different feelings. I don't know. That would not be difficult to. Does the red guitar have a whammy? Not right now. It could. I think I had one at one point. I lost it years ago. As he says, very Pee-wee's Playhouse. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like the couch. Or is the... I'm thinking of the... Yeah. Let me read a few of these rewards. Meg's got, if you're allergic to canned soups, try substituting eggs instead in this salt-shirred recipe for a healthier take on canned soups and sandwich. You'll never guess the secret ingredient. Yummy! You don't need to lubricate me. I'll tell you, it's 10 grams of sparkling water. Q-Score got almost invisible food hack. Take double your body weight of kumquat and add it to your fish tacos. Yikes on bikes. Flavor. I owe you money, Pete? Did I commit to that? Did I actually commit to that? What did I say, $1? I don't think I could. But did I commit to giving y'all money? I can't give it to, I don't know, well, I can run it twice, I guess. That should get most of the people who are in chat. John got, hope you get the most, or did I break Tubi? Oh, there it goes. Hope you get the most offensive Boof Stroganoff in the world. Alabaster Mart had to take it off their shelves after Boss saw their immersion blender burst into flames. What? And well, I tell you more, but kid won't let me. Come on. Commonly, you get a better reward next time. Chuggy got, some days I'm feeling forgettable and I don't want to blow up dinner. On these days, I take it easy and order delivery from the Skidoo Bar and Grill. They're lemony slime and bacon bites, gumbo special rocks. According to my fortune teller, Madam Kessler, they'll give you extra crushing to spare for no charge. Doug got a meal at Allentown Food Court. The appetizer will be dank soup. The waiter, Beep Swain Cow Grimsey, explained that in order to make it, you have to stroke a plethora of sprouts and then cube it with the rest of the ingredients to ensure it turns out right. Rosen got a cheddar cheesecake is an irradiated cake that has been flavored with a cheddar cheese bar or 9 boatloads of cheddar cheese dust. It can be eaten in 9 slices. Each slice of cheddar cheesecake heals adds 52 seconds to your life. It's not a lot. I feel like it takes 52 seconds to eat it. Wait, I thought I had a... Oh, do a song. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, let me make a note to myself. Friday chords. Chords. Add in logic to find chord generator. If chords exist. Jazz Kid. Oh wait, let's do our chords first. This is Pete. Let's redo that. I've done this one before. Let's do one I haven't done before. Oh, this looks wacky. Let's see what this is. Oh, that's interesting. Roses, where would the whammy go? It would go. There's a screw hole right there, I believe. Am I correct, guitar players in chat? I believe the whammy would go right there. Oh, no, Skyborg. No, I asked if you were here, and since you weren't, we're gonna do a normal song. But we can do, if you're gonna be here out for the next one, we can do it next. I didn't want you to miss it. E minor, B, E flat minor, D flat minor. What is by the grip clip? I'm not sure what you mean. This is a tone knob. This is a volume knob. This switches between the pickups, the single coil and the humbuckers. This is the cable, audio cable, and that's my practice. Well, I always have it on, but it's for practice. Hey, thanks, Hellbreath. 38 months. Thanks, how you doing? Okay, let's do our beats. Oh, that's you. That's your asking about pickup switch. Yeah, yeah. Muty's first ever drum loop. Yeah, there's a lot of people in chat that know way more about guitar than I do. I sort of need to practice 1,000 hours, then I'll spend an hour on gear. That's sort of my ratio. 1,000 hours of practice means 1 hour, and most of that's just tuning. I mean, that's changing strings. I hate changing strings. I'd much rather be practicing. There's Muty Makes Me Lose Control. And then we've got Billy Burnside. I definitely keep strings on much longer than you're supposed to. And my guitar gets out of tune because of it. It was just, when are we chipping and sending kid pedals? I don't actually have an easy way to do pedals right now. Maybe someday. Colin Kixie says you have to make 1,000 pots before you make your first pot. Awesome. Thanks, Billy. That's a cool groove. He said, yeah, I'm going straight into my DAW, Pete. For the looping show, it's all about keeping things as simple as possible. You know, if I were out gigging as a guitar player, I would probably have pedals. I mean, I have a pedal board that I use for looping. So when I've done wah on the show, I'm using a pedal board that's controlling effects inside of the DAW. So I actually have I have two wah pedals, real ones, but they're hidden away in these boxes. But yeah, I have a lot of effects in Ableton that I can use with the guitar. And there's actually going to be a feature coming out sometime in the next couple months that's going to involve those. Okay. Sounds. First up. Classic acid bass. Why don't I see the information though? Rotary vibraphone. And then Ralph sounds great. He says, in your universe, if two cars hit each other bumper to bumper with minor damage to either car, would you call it an electric time piano bender? Anything else would be illogical, Muty. And then we got Haze Over Water. It's like with the van, you know, I'm okay right now talking about the brand names, but I think once I have the van, I don't think I'm really going to want to talk about. I know it's the first thing people ask. And all the van tours, that's the first thing. You know, we've got a, Mercedes Sprinter, it's a 2011 Mercedes Sprinter, the extended version. I'm going to say, well, this is a 2015 electric time piano, high roof version. It's so funny. See the van life world on YouTube. It's big, but it's also small, because they all give van tours of their vans on each other's channels. You know, they cross promote by giving van tours. Let's see. And then we've got Tubi's cat. Tubi says, well, this is a van, my van. Yep. It's also going to depress me talking about it, especially if I have to get a newer one. It's gonna I'm not gonna want to be reminded of the money. Let's see. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Oh, Essie, I'm planning on moving into a van. That's what we're talking about. And I'm gonna take the show, and I'm gonna keep streaming, and I'm gonna travel around the country, and I mean, I'm going to probably mostly be in the Southwest, but I intend to do some trips around the country. So yeah, that's why we're talking about Vans. Oh, the programming, yeah. Let's see. Let me play some sounds. The generators are actually all relatively simple in terms of concept. I mean, you know, it took work to code them, but I don't do AI stuff at all. I don't have that kind of skill level to do AI. That's the QII sound. And then FRM. As his usernames are auto-assigned to a specific sound. So, melodies and drum loops work almost essentially the same way. Chords work in a different way. But drum loops are sort of the easiest to explain. So if you think about a drum kit, hey Zupa, a drum kit has a limited number of sounds, right? It has a kick drum, it has a hi-hat, it has a snare drum. It has that hi-hat can be an open hat, it can be a closed hat, it can be a pedal hat. You have toms, right? So what the drum generator does is it basically assigns to each letter in your username a different sound or combination of sounds. So it might take the letter C and say every C is going to have a kick and a hi-hat at the same time. Every E is going to have just a snare drum. But it scrambles the order of how it's going to assign the sounds before each generation so that the same username is not going to generate the same drum loop every time. But if you have repeating letters in your username, there's going to be a kind of a shape that's going to happen again and again and again, but they'll still sound different, the beats. Yeah. With chords, the generator is essentially turning your name into a series of random numbers, and using those random numbers to pick between various chord options. Because the way the chord generator works is you have, depending on the previous chord, it affects what the next chord can be. So there's a different number of options each time, and it generates a random number that basically I do a division essentially of, well, it's a random number. Yeah, that's the easiest way to explain it. Light show, okay. And the drum generator uses probability as a way to, because if you hear a drummer, drummers are going to tend to use, in a single beat, they're more likely to use hi-hats. You're going to hear more hi-hats than you will kick drums and snares. So the drum generator is weighted to do the similar thing where you're going to tend to have more hi-hats than kick drums or snares, but it's just a probability. So it's still possible for the generator to make a beat that's all kick drums and no hi-hats. But you're going to tend to see okay, StaphyGames sound firmware of the worlds, and also quietly invasive idea. Well, we've only done 2 songs, right? I gotta hurry so we can get 4 in. Tubi's Cat, okay. Tubi's Cat. So we're gonna do this track, and then we're gonna do Skyborg's Commission. Time to, if Skyborg's here. Time to etceterate. Thanks for those scalps. Skyberg, is Skyberg here? Can we do your commission? Oh, thanks, Essie. What's up with that camera? Hey, yep, yerp. How are you? Oh, thanks so much, VicitUnus. Thanks for the donation. Thanks, VicitUnus. Yeah, Muty, something weird happened because did y'all see that funny face I made when I looked and saw that I was still on screen? I think I didn't trigger the song start or something. Hey, Grandmaster Ong. How you doing? Chat, Grandmaster Ong is a juggler streamer that rated us yesterday. Or yesterday, it was Tuesday. Y'all gotta follow. Let's see, titles. Kaniwa with piped keys and hazy tones. VicitUnus contemplating rainbow dust. Boogie Skyborg, Last Daydream. Well, Skyborg is submitting titles, so Skyborg must be here and just stepped out. Oh, yep, you're from, that's right, you're from Grandmaster's stream, that's right, you were on the raid. Oh, it's a recommission. Okay, cool. Skyborg is here, awesome, we'll do your recommission. Yeah, Pierre, I didn't, what happened is I began the song just before I ended it. Because I don't know how it happened. It's supposed to automatically start. Something went wrong. Okay, let's get these titles up. I did pick titles, right? Yeah, I did. Gotta hurry so we get one more in. Well, this one. So we can get Skyworks. Hey, Botsky. How do we have on that last track? We had electric time piano, voice, trumpet. Did I do anything? Did I do melodic on that? Melodica? Okay. Thanks, Rosen. Oops. No, I want to do that step. Tubi, let's do that step. Let me shout out some other titles. Billy Burnsides with Dairy-Free Butter. I've been really making a concerted effort to actually say T's when I have double T's. You know? because I definitely would turn them into D's. What accent is that to turn your T's into D's? Butter. You know? I'm feeling better. As opposed to I'm feeling better now that I've eaten some butter. It's an American thing. Yeah, I want to say I want to differentiate, you know? You know, I don't want it to say when I'm describing an eBay bidder who lost, I don't want it to sound like they are a bitter bidder. I want it to sound like they are a bitter bidder. A bitter bidder. Can you tell the difference? Bitter bidder? Or is it just in my head that there's a difference? I'm really working on it. Bitter bitter. Oh, and I used some titles as lyric Staffy's tense in the present, and it was a major plot point. He says, or live in New Zealand where the Kiwis mix up their vowels. My favorite accent of English of any kind is Maori. I lived in New Zealand for, I don't know, it was a little more than half a year. I can't remember around, but maybe it was like 7 or 8 months. And I played in 2 all Maori bands. I wasn't, obviously. So I got to spend a lot of time hearing that accent. It's just a beautiful, beautiful accent. Because the Maori language is, I think, is probably the most beautiful language I've ever heard. Because it's all about vowels, just these big round sounds. Everything's round. I love it. Love it. Pete, you stay with the Maori community? I would love to go back and visit New Zealand, or I would love to live in New Zealand someday. I could totally see. I mean, I'll never have the money, but I could totally see retiring to New Zealand if I could ever afford it, which I won't. But you never know. Tubi might become a moneymaker. Right, Tubi, you can be a moneymaker?
Yuppers.
Yuppers, yeah. Oh, we got a pie chart, too. He says you were struggling with the way they slow the words. Okay, let's end this poll, and then we'll bring Tubi out. Wait, I only did 3 titles? Thought I clicked on 4. Really thought I did 4. Sorry about that. Sorry if somebody didn't actually get on that I said. Okay, let's end this poll. Is this why you should go back to 6 titles? When we get back to I don't know that I ever did 6 titles. I think 5 was the most, right? If we get back to averaging 50 to 60. It was 6 when you started Q Square? Roses, have you heard of the Betty Bata tongue twister? I have not. Mainly focused on the B letters with double T's. Thanks, Yip Yup. It's Contemplating Rainbow Dust. VicitUnus. Thanks, VicitUnus. Okay. VicitUnus has named it. Okay, Tubi. Tubi, let's do some Pose and Pies.
Done. It's time for the truthfully stellar Pose and Pies by Tubi.
We're waiting.
Here's the question. If you could only take 3 things to a desert island, which would they be? And your options. 1. Cooking Light magazine, Chip Clip, and Good magazine. 2. Barrel drum, Woman's Day, and playing cards.
Hey, Tubi.
3. Landslide proof coat, ice cube tray, and swimsuit for playing horseback riding. 4. Weighted blanket,
Yes.
steak sauce, and sweet green relish. 5. Concrete, robot, and winner's crown from the 639th Annual Thumb Warfare Championship.
If you could only take 3 things to a desert island, which would they be? Cooking Light magazine, Chip Clip, and Good magazine, a barrel drum, Woman's Day, and playing cards, a landslide-proof coat, ice cube tray, and swimsuit for playing horseback riding, a weighted blanket, steak sauce, and sweet green relish. Concrete, a robot, and a winner's crown from the 639th Annual Thumb Warfare Championship. I mean, man, if I won a Thumb Warfare Championship, I would be carrying my winner's crown everywhere. I guess I got to go with 5. Going 5. So, Tubi, who won the last Thumbware Championship?
It's my good friend Mr. PC.
Mr. PC, where did you meet Mr. PC, Tubi?
Error. Please move Toomba to a new location. Zavox.
Tubi used to speak in a different voice, the Zavox voice, but something broke in my code. So now instead of changing the voice, Tubi just says Zarvox. I don't have time to fix it. Sorry, Tubi.
Daniel.
There you go. Now you're broken. Oh, now it's broken. Oh no! Now all you're gonna be able to say is the name of the voice you're using, right? Let's see.
Daniel.
Oh no! Well, I hope you can still do Pull Badly. We still got one more. Weighted blanket, steak sauce, and sweet green relish. Okay, let's see if this is gonna work. You're just gonna say Daniel. Oh no! Here we go. Come on, don't say Daniel.
Daniel.
Oh no! Oh no! You're just gonna say it again. Come on.
Daniel.
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 Daniel. Daniel. Daniel. Daniel.
Is that all we're gonna hear for Daniel?
Daniel.
Can you say anything else, Tubi? Is that all you could say?
Daniel.
If you could only watch one movie for the rest of your life, which would you pick? Inception, Toy Story, Giggly, Spider-Man 2, Willy Wonka, and the Chocolate Factory. Here, let me go off screen for just a second. Let me see if I can fix this. This has happened once before, and I couldn't figure out how to fix it. Tubi's trying to say it. Are you fixed? Oh, I know what I need to do. Wait. What am I looking for? What's it called? Oh, and I can't think of the word. A task manager? No, that's activity monitor. That's what it is on a Mac. Activity monitor. I always get them confused. Okay, where's my script in the... I need to force quit this script. Okay, let's see. Tuber, are you back with us? Tubi? Oh no. Did I destroy you, Tubi? Wait, Tubi, how do I start again? Tubi talk. Where's the script? Tubi talk commands, that's where it is. OSAScript. Where is OSAScript? Where is OSAScript? Oh, okay, then let's see. Are we going to get a Daniel again? Nothing. We're not getting anything. What if I delete that file? Oh, Tubi, you're gone, aren't you? I don't know why. Okay, anyway. Let's end this. And the answer, the chat was a tie. If you could only watch one movie the rest of your life, chat is chosen. You're not going to show it? Inception. Inception. Q-squares will be where when you delete files. It's just the Tubi. There's a little there's a text file that Tubi writes what it wants to say into this text file, and then a different program reads it. And I deleted the text file. And I regenerated the text file, but Tubi's still not working. Are you back yet? Nope. Wonder why that is. Well, I'm not gonna... This almost never happens. I'm not gonna worry about it. Because we got one more song. Fears that someday someone deletes the text file and mankind will disappear from the planet. It's going to have Skyborg's 150th BPM. Hey, Chalk Nautical. What am I looking for here? Oh, Botsky is now LPC Zarvox and then LPC Daniel. You know, you all could have Tubi talk to you if you have a Mac. Tubi uses the Mac voice Daniel. It was the most sarcastic sounding voice I could find. This is, can we name the van Vaniel? Betty Bata? Is it the kind of thing, Rosen, where if you screw up, you say something, I say something that's obscene? There's some tongue twisters, you know, how they trick you. Am I going to get in trouble? Okay, I'm going to sight read it. I'm I'm gonna do the tongue twister. Okay, here we go. I better fade out the music or it's mess me up. Okay. Betty Botta bought some butter, but she said this butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter, but a little bit of better butter will make my batter better. Then she bought a little bit of butter, better than the bitter butter, made her bitter batter better. So 'twas better Betty Botta bought a bit of better butter. I did pretty good for sight reading. I made a couple mistakes. Oh, there's some variations. That's the long one, I guess. There's a whole bunch. Wow, there's like 15 versions of this on Wikipedia. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's a longer one, Rosen? I thought I did the long one. Oh, I see. Oh, yes, there's a longer one. Okay, I'll try. Okay, here we go. One more try. Now I'm going to really screw up. It's easy the first time, then you get in your head, you know? Betty Botter bought some butter, but the butter, it was bitter. If she put it in her batter, it would make her batter bitter. But a bit of better butter, that would make her batter better. So she put a bit of butter better than her biter butter. Ah, I screwed up. And she put it in her batter, and her batter was not bitter. So 'twas better Betty Botter bought a bit of better butter. Betty Botter bought some butter. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter was bitter. If I put it in my batter, it would make my batter bitter, but a little bit of better would make my batter better. So Betty Botter bought some butter better than her bitter batter, and if I put it in my batter, it would make my batter better. That's just repeating it over and over again. I don't know where the long one is. Let's see. You know why I'm even able to do that barely? It's from all the Say My Names back in the day when I had, you know, it got my ability to read and speak faster. It's thanks to those Say My Names. Let's see. Oh, that first one was right, Rosen? It's fun to do tongue twisters, though. It feels like you're giving your mouth some exercise, you know? You're doing it's mouth parkour. Parkour! Okay, let's see. We got a melody for Skywork. Parkour! I think what is that from? Is that The Office or something, right? Michael and Dwight run around and they're saying parkour as they do ridiculous things. I think we all need to get in the habit of shouting out the thing that we're doing as we're doing it. Improv! Okay, let's see. We got some more improv with Dreamscapes. I don't think I've ever seen that episode, LPC Daniel, the parkour episode. I've just seen the meme, I think. It's so funny. Oh, the great characters. Those are great characters. Parkour. Okay. It's a cold open for the episode. What is the context? Is there any context to it whatsoever? Or it's just them running around shouting out parkour, jumping off park benches and stuff. Really not impressive stuff, basically. I can't remember what the visuals are. Okay, our drum kit. Tribal kit. And our first beat is for I really enjoy watching parkour. Some of the folks on YouTube. What's that crew? Has anyone watched Storer? I think what they're called. Storer. But yeah, I remember watching. When did it come out in the 90s? I feel like we talked about this on stream before. The first time I ever saw parkour was David Bell in District B13, I think. District 13 or I don't remember what it was. With a French film. That was such a cool movie. At least for me in the 90s. I thought that. I was like, I'm going to quit music. Stop playing music. I'm going to do parkour. I didn't actually think that, but I was psyched to watch it. Oh, and if I remember, the music's really cool in that too. Jiffy. What's the Skyborg? What's the name of the song that this is a recommission of? Because I try to make a note in the liner notes and stuff. Maybe it's just I remember watching 300 for the first time and I wanted to just destroy every human I came into contact with. My closest experience to that is probably watching The Matrix in the theater when it first came out. At the end of the movie, when the Rage Against the Machine track comes on, it felt like it felt like the audience was going to riot when that Rage Against the Machine in that context. Okay, there's Jiffy. Dreamscapes and Thoughts Arcane. Okay. And then Hydration. See, Chad, thanks to recommissions, you might get bored of me and or find other things that interest you more and you never watch the show again. But then years later, that request that you made, this was what, 4 years ago? Skyborg? And your name will be up on screen again. And that one request you made still having an impact. Okay. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck could chuck. Okay. Sounds. We've got metallic mallets. Oh, you sharing my hiking trip mishap? That literally is going to scar me for life. Not emotionally, just physically. Okay, we got metallic mallets. Dirty FM. Bosky says next time I trip over something, I'll yell parkour, yeah. And then we've got number 3, Sad Dreams. Needles. And then Motown bass. I love this bass. Love it. It might be my favorite of the electric basses we have. It's just so fat. It's got great attack, so you can do funky rhythms with it. But it fits into the mix really well because it doesn't. It's just awesome sound. Okay. And then we got Sawtooth TV. Oh, and I should play the featured sound. We still time to unlock this featured sound. I haven't played it yet, have I? Meaty says, is that the only scar you have? No, I have 2 others that are significant. I'm sure I have little ones that I'm not aware of, but when I was 10 or 11, I fell and hit my head and had to get stitches. So I'm sure there's a scar there. And then I had a hernia operation about 15, 20 years ago, and I definitely still have a scar from that. But Muty must have tons of scars from all the skateboarding. Okay, here's our featured sound. Soda says, now tell us about the emotional ones. There's not enough time left, Soda. That's like a 10-part series. But that's part of being human, right? Both kinds of scars. That's just par for the course. Parkour for the course for being a human is we're gonna have scars. Emotional and physical. Yeah, y'all have improved my punning. Yeah, my father is a non-stop punter. And as a kid, at least in my family, we'd just roll our eyes at it, because it was just never ending. So I never developed skills, until now. But I'm still a novice compared to y'all. Rose is if your dad is you now. and this is not a very good one, but I'm trying. An apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Y'all can give them something better than that, but y'all get it. I was trying. An apple doesn't fall from the tree. It's not very good, but okay, let's end this poll. Like father, like pun. That's a good one. Like father, like pun. That was the obvious one. Why didn't I go to that one first? You know. Let's see. Jiffy's drum loop. Okay. I was first trying to, in my brain, I was thinking, chip off the old block. How can I make that into a... How can I do that? Boogie says, can you tell us, Rosen, what the first track? Yeah. Whoops. Rosen's first track was ID 547. Which song was that? If I did this right, it's a track that has not been named. From November 11th, 2016. And you requested acid bass. And you also got a drum fill. The other people making requests on that song was Makes, Dwarf 3D, and Use Me as a Meat Shield. But we're going to go back someday and name those tracks. It might be you didn't make a request until a later show. Yeah, Rosen, I think you came at the end of the show on the 10th. And then you came on the next day on the 11th and made a request. Yeah. Because yeah, that's what it looks like. That's room. It's too small for the amount of things I have in it. How did this was working the whole show? Now it's not working anymore. What happened? There we go. Here we go. Good IQ score. Time to etc. Thanks for the kelps. Thanks to Skyborg for that recommission. Let's see our titles. Media makes me lose control with Hex Magic. Billy Burnside is attracted to light. Bad Back's crushing grooves. Oh, thanks, Skyborg. And then one more. Staffy with Hex Code. How would I throw something indoors? Rosen? You mean visually? What would I look like? It would really depend on the amount of aggression I was feeling. Oh, right. I don't know. I mean, it could be a baseball windup, you know? I could put my whole body into it, you know? And break my arm hitting that, you know? Or it could be a gentle toss. Or it could be like a frisbee. Lots of different ways to throw a frisbee. But like a football. Let me shout out a few more titles. Botsky, Parkour Saved My Life. Staffy, The Bricks That Built This Witch's Hut. Pierre, Fairy Dust Generator. Soda, Shake the Bat. Moody Makes Me Lose Control. Pen is Tower. I'm Only Big Child, air guitar. Hug Queen of the What Magic? Rosen, Jiffy Star Enterprise. Hero Papaya Gorgonzola. Chuggy, Zoomies. Doobie in a Tuxedo. Sorcerer's Code, Boogie Skyborg, Prestidigitation, Muty Makes Me Lose Control became Muty Makes Me Lose Daniel. Tubi Nadugcedo became Doug Neal. Oh, Tubi, are you back? Are you back? No. Weird. LPC Daniel is back to Tony Brisky Botsky. DeBiero wants to be known as Lord Dankerson. No, Biero, you know the rule. You could be Lord Dankerson, Lord Biero Dankerson. Or L. Dankerson. Let's end this poll. And the name of this track we just did is... Oh, why is it not playing? Did I forget to... Hex Code. Staffy has named it Hex Code. Fierce, isn't it nice for a change to say no Biero instead of no Tubi? Yeah. Does Biero cause you as many headaches as Tubi causes me headaches, Pierre? Or is Biero better behaved? Media says, have you ever done magic? You'd be such a great musician. I did when I was a kid. I got into magic, and I made a box. I got a book that taught you how to make magic tricks, and I made a box with a false bottom, so that someone would you'd open the box and have someone put their card in the box. I think is how it worked. And then when I closed the box, the false bottom would fall on top of the card. So then I could go abracadabra, open the box, and the card is gone. This is when I was probably, around 8 or 9. I was very proud of myself as a 9-year-old, I think, with my little magic trick. But yeah, I think, but I have not done anything since my preteens. But Muty's full thought was, you would be such a great magician. Look at this robot. Now we'll make its voice disappear. Yeah, anytime Tubi breaks, it's actually a magic trick. I'm just showing my power over Tubi. I bet Suddenly Penguin would be interested in doing some magic. In the way that only Suddenly Penguin can do magic. If I had unlimited budget for the Tommy Nomadic show, there would be a sequence that would end with a Suddenly Penguin with a maniacal look in his eye as he's driving a steamroller over trombone after trombone after trombone. just hundreds of trombones just flattening them. That's how much Suddenly Penguin hates trombone. So much as he probably say magic first too. Yeah, magic. Magic. Ding 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 ding. Okay, and then we have I think it'd be funny. It could be funny a character that's a magician that's good accidentally, right? This magician tries to do these really simple tricks, but the simple trick never works, but something extraordinary happens. Like the magician is, tries to do the classic pull the rabbit out of the hat. Goes to reach into the hat. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking aloud. I don't really have this. Goes to reach into the hat. There's no bunnies looking around in the hat. Meanwhile, the magician is floating in the air and doesn't realize it. Okay, it's not a fully realized, but you get the point. You get the idea. And the magician is never aware. That's the key. The magician never knows. The magician thinks they're a total failure, but they're actually amazing. But none of their tricks work the way they're supposed to. Okay, let's see. Meaty says, Tupu would be amazing as a magician, just standing there and you could be assistant, sweating to say a trick, moving stuff around. We managed to squeeze in 4 tracks. One of them we amazingly was negative time. We did a 14-minute track, a 22-minute track, a 17-minute track, and we did a track that was negative 8 seconds. Only on this show can I make a song that is actually negative time long. Y'all actually gained time in your life listening to that song. If we were to listen to that song over and over again, you could be immortal. You would never die. You keep gaining 8 seconds every time you listen to it. Let's see. Pierre says in this 4-hour show, we had 10 hours of songs. In this 4-hour show, we had 4 hours of songs and 7 hours of talking. Yeah. I multitask. With everything I say, there's actually there's layers to what I'm saying. So I might as well be speaking 2 sentences simultaneously. Okay, let's see. Oh, you're right. Pierre says 4 songs, not 4 hours of songs. 4 like punk rock songs that are a minute long. That's something we're gonna do someday. Someday we'll have I'll do punk rock shows, and I'll get that special, I'll get it set up so that I can just play guitar, but you have a bass line. So I'll just do, punk rock, you just do downstrokes, right? But it'll have a bass going. So all I'll need is drums, and then we'll do 1-minute improv punk songs. And in a single show, we'll do like 80 tracks, Skyworks is a reality where people come to listen to Kid talk, and he keeps interrupting himself with long stretches of improv. There are people who have said that they prefer the talking over the music. Sincerely, not being joking. They're like, if you ever do a talk stream, let me know. Until then, I'm not going to really watch much. I mean, they said it nicer, but I understood what they were saying. So yeah, in this universe, it exists, Skywork. Let's see. Oh yeah, Pierre, you heard some of the story streams. I can't remember, when did I stop doing those? I'm gonna do them again. So did I say that? Ouch. Let's see. Superstar Mods, Brucos, and Megs, thank you. We had support tonight. Thank you so much from Doug. Thank you to Doug, Soda, Q Square, and VicitUnus. Angry Chicken, thank you. And subs, we had Beauty Makes Me Lose Control. SETLIST got a gifted sub from Megs. Thank you, Megs. 24 months for Bax, 38 for Chuggy, 38 for Hellbreath, 26 for John Hayes Ones, and 13 for Mirror Vision. Roses, will you have your makeup and a wig on too? Our references to that. The fisheye lens doesn't help. And your headbang doesn't either. I don't know if I will ever put on that makeup again. I might, but I have I filmed 7 different verses of the fake sponsors, 7 or 8 different verses, so that I can have different variations of it. But I still have the eyeliner now. It's a lot of work. It's gonna be in a van trying to get that off. The way I don't know, anyone in chat have a better suggestion? This is how I got the eyeliner off. I read that if you use olive oil, and it worked great, and I'll have olive oil in the van. So I guess that's my makeup remover. But it was messy. It was messy to remove that eyeliner. Thanks to our lurkers and chatters. Oh, thanks so much, EssieCharm. These 23 names you see on screen have their name, their current tour, name, their venue, name one of our songs. Made a request on one of the songs. Boogie says, your story streams are why I'd love to try my hand at my own style of them. You should. You should. I still think there's potential, Skyborg. I think it's hard. It's just hard with streaming to find an audience for it, you know. But I know there are people out there, right, that would love it. I don't mean me, but just in general, that would love live storytelling. I just don't know how to find them. I mean, you know, there are people in our community that enjoyed it, but I wasn't able to figure out any way to get anyone else here. But Essie says that's a gentle and effective makeup removal. Okay, good. Oh, thanks, Billy Burnsides. Let me shout out these names. Some of these names I'm going to say differently than you see on screen is because I'm honoring their Say My Name request. We featured Angry Chicken, Billy Burnsides, Boogie Skyborg, Bodybuilder, To Be Stung, Chuggy, Doug Neal, SETCharm, G Bill, Hug We Know, The Iron Brumpo, I'm Only a Big Child, Megs, Mirror Vision, Mr. Robert, Meaty Makes Me Lose, Daniel, Neighborhood Watch, Pete Mouse, PRTV, Rose and Staffy, The Bad Backs, VicitUnus, wow, soda. I will do the storytelling again. I mean, it's very possible that someday that's the only thing I do. That's a very realistic scenario. So I have a long life ahead of me, hopefully. So I'm not trying to rush it, but doing the Tommy Pneumatic show is getting me back into storytelling. And if it seemed the Tommy Pneumatic show is a you know, hopefully will help me find people who appreciate that kind of thing. Because I do intend to do storytelling again. Oh, thank you so much for the cheer, SETCharm. Essie writes, this stream has been very inspirational. Definitely a push to finally give it a try myself. Well, you know what? Hey, chat, no pressure, Essie. Whenever you're ready. It could be tomorrow or a year, or whenever you're ready. But let's all go follow Essie so that there's some people to watch. So that there's some people to unless watch. You don't want us to, so that but there's some people to unless watch. You don't want us to. Oh, sorry for the echo. I'm gonna go follow, just so you have some. It won't be on this account. Oh, okay. Okay, then I guess. Well, I'll still follow you, in case you do something on this account. Oh, bats pajamas. Well, I'll follow you there too. Oh, it's bats pajamas. Bat's pajamas. Okay. I think I found it. Okay, let's roll our subcredits. And for new folks, if you want to see, so this, what I'm talking about, the Tommy Nomadic show, it's going to be for when I'm in the van traveling around. It's a travel show, variety show. So it's mostly going to be, fictional content. There'll be some IRL stuff. I've already made one episode, but I'm not releasing it publicly on YouTube yet, but chat saw it last month. But if you want to sub, there's the link. I'm almost to 100 subs. YouTube removed some subs. I don't. We were up to 100, but then YouTube said, nope, no, you're not. Or I don't know if people changed their mind or what happened, but we're almost to 100. But this is what Rosen was referring to. This is a little thing from the Tommy Nomadic show. Don't go away. We'll have the answer for you after a word from our sponsors.
Please buy these fake products from our fake sponsors.
We are live. There it is. Fake. Whoops. What's going on? You gonna roll subcredits? You're not gonna roll subcredits. I screwed it up, didn't I? Oh well. Why is this frozen? Okay, there we go. Oh, this is making me tense, this music. It's too tense. Okay, let's find somewhere to raid. I think we're going to raid a DJ. Groovers only. Disco night. I'm a groover. Wait, did I already raid them? I feel like grooving. We raided this DJ before? No, we haven't. Groovers only disco night. Awesome. I'm pumped. Thanks, everybody. We got a show on Saturday. I hope to see you then. If not then, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday next week. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful whatever comes next. And I'll see y'all soon. Okay. Take care.